Welcome everyone! Hi! Hope everybody's doing well today. Welcome, welcome. I'm Spacey Bartoltelli. I'm a Gadgeteer Bat and a game developer. And today we're doing game development things. Yes, we are back with our dev streams. Also, yes, happy Friday. So many good beans in the chat. Hello, Mike Haas, Mecha Zoic Era, Crit Corsac, Haidon, Anne, Elfie, Grey Stripe. Welcome. Okay. So, quite a lot, so much progress has been made since last time, because I kind of like had like a full week without any game dev stuff. We're on the cusp of finishing World of Nature, and when we do, we're pretty much at the halfway point of development. And I talked about this on prior some of my game streams, but like we're rapidly running out of stuff that we feel comfortable showing off, because like the second half of the game, like predictably, is like riddled with like spoiler stuff. So, but I do feel like there's still like at least a few levels in World of Chaos and World of Civilization that are safe to show development of. So I'd say we have another couple months or so of dev streams before I start pivoting exclusively to just like drawing pixel art for the game on stream. Oh, other Alex, hi! Hope you're doing well too. And Ayatin. But yeah, like, oh my goodness, I can't believe that we're actually at this point now. Yeah, I did mention that on Twitter too, Mike. I've done rotoscoping for more cutscenes, and I'm very proud of the work that I've done, and I can't wait until the point where the game comes out and y'all can see it. But yeah, I will do my best to find stuff to work on stream, because I really like enjoy like chilling out with y'all and relaxing. Yeah, Alfie. Actually, ever since the beginning of the project, since I made the cutscene in the intro stage, I've been using a technique called rotoscoping, where I take a 3D model as a reference of the characters, and then I kind of like draw over it. It's so cool. And it gets really good results too. So the first thing I wanted to share today is the updated world map. I changed the space background because it was using the same sky from the Eternity Sanctum throughout most of the development, so I changed that. I also made it so that there's actually a cursor on the world selection screen. Prior to this point, there was nothing. You just had to kind of like imply through the camera what world you were selecting. But that has since been replaced with a cursor of Crony herself. A very good friend of mine, Tyson Tan, who helped us with Freedom Planet 2, gave me a very, very valuable pointer when it comes to map screens. The human brain is excited by faces. That's just how we are. We're hard-coded to, like, when we see a recognizable face, our neurons fire up, and we're like, oh, a person. So making the cursor on the world map the character you're playing as creates a very strong focal point, and it adds like valuable context to everything. I kind of like how it makes it like seg more smoothly into the fact that you kind of like jump into portals from the hub areas in order to enter the world map. So it's kind of like Crony enters the portal and then she just kind of like pops into this like abstract space to select her next mission. I guess. Oh yeah, Crit. Oh, I'm super glad that when I boot up Krita, I see like Tyson Tan's mascot. He posted some concept art for his project that he's been working on behind the scenes. I'm really excited about it. It's about like these, I guess it's like about these schoolgirls that are secretly like spirit animals, and what he's posted so far seems to imply that you only see their true forms when they're running past like windows or mirrors. So that's kind of interesting. I do like the character designs. I wish them the best of luck. You saw that? Nice. Oh, you're not late, Arco. You're just in time. I'm just kind of going over my thoughts for revamping the world map. Okay. I also changed the arrow cursors. Like before this, I used like some generic arrows. Well, they actually weren't generic arrows. They were the same arrows that I used for checkpoints. But I swapped those out with Crony's swords, since in the level select menu, the cursor is no longer the sword, it's her. So I think I could maybe demonstrate by booting up the game on a save file that has all of the levels. Or maybe just some of them. But yeah, I'll boot up a save, go into level select, and then I'll show you more. I'm gonna take another sippy. I'm still so happy with this title screen. I kind of want to touch up the details in the town a little bit more at some point, but it's not a priority right now. I'll just go with this one for now. Alright, to the world map. Yeah, so like it's like Crony floating in space. And then you can pick your world. And then when you enter your world, I have a different icon for her standing on the ground. Yeah, I think that makes it... I think that does a better job, like, implying that you're actually traveling to a place, because your cursor is your character. What's on gone? Oh, yes! That is true, Health Sword. There is another hololive fan game called Idle Showdown, which is like a fighting game. It got an update recently, and Crony is one of the final bosses in that game's equivalent to the adventure mode. so that's kind of cool. You can also unlock her as a playable character, but predictably she has a very basic but very broken moveset, like bosses usually do. Oh, Anthony, hi! I'm doing well, I hope you are too. Also, thank you, Kikuku, for lurking. Also, the music I'm using for this, we might change it later, but for now I have the song that plays when you encounter Sana for the first time. But yeah, the cursors, the arrows are swords on this screen too. Got World of Nature. I haven't gone through any of the nature levels on this save file. We've got World of Space. Oh, by the way, I also made it finally so that you can collect the, because I wanted it so that you're awarded a gold gear after the council meeting, so that happens now. And I've coded it so that it retroactively gives you the gear if you have a save file past that point. So, but yeah, I really like how this feels now. Ba-ba. Okay, so I'm working on the end boss right now, and it's very difficult for reasons I will explain while I'm doing drawing stuff, because there's some drawing stuff I want to do right now. Hold on, I'm getting a message. Oh, somebody just shared a Hatsumiku video with me. Nice. Okay, so where's my drawing program? There we go. Yeah, I've been spending the past few days making running animations for various NPCs. It is not a quick task or an easy task, but they're not going to make themselves, so I figured I might as well bite the bullet on it. I did want to show off Gura's because I'm quite proud of it. Like, I used the same general motion. I used like a template, like for those who haven't seen it. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, I have it. I think I have it in the root folder of Chrono Gear. So this is the run template that I use. It's just a basic shape that is separated into all the body parts that I draw individually. I usually start with the front leg, and then when that's done, I duplicate it and offset it to get the back leg. And then I paste, like, I do one frame of the body, and then I just kind of make that bob up and down and sway from side to side. And then I usually do the head, and then I save the arms for last, because they're usually the most complex, because they have to be drawn, like, frame by frame, pretty much. So, I've been using this template for like every like NPC character that I do running animations for. But she kind of like holds like her staff like at the front, and like the back of it is like behind her. So she can finally run. You like the bounce that it has? Thank you. I was working on Flare before the stream. I made some progress with that, but you see she doesn't have like the head tilt or anything. So I will continue with that. Why is the cursor offset so much? Let me see if I can fix that. Where is my drawing arm? Okay. Is that better? No, it's still offset a lot. Move this here. That's good enough. Oh, Gospel, hi! Okay, so I want to start by tilting her head, I guess. I'll take Sippy again. Oopsie. I just tabbed out of my window. Ah! Where are my windows again? Okay. There it is. Okay, so usually when I turn the head, depending on the direction, I will just like scrunch the face like that a little bit and then kind of like stretch it out on the other side. And that kind of implies like a rotating motion. I'm gonna move this like this. And then since the bow is in the back of her head, I will move that out a bit. Da, da, da. There we go. Oh, what the heck? 3 Freedom Planet 2 songs in a row. Lucky. So yeah, the challenge that I have right now with the end boss of World of Nature, is that it has like 3 separate forms, like each representing like land, sky, and sea. That was the thing that I was like shooting for. But it has proven to be quite difficult and time-consuming to do 3 separate forms. If this were like a more long-term project, then I would have no problem like going the extra mile there. But since like I want to have the game like mostly done by the end of the year, as like a goal, I might have to compress some of the forms. There's a couple ways that I'm thinking that we could do that. One way I can think of is that we make the boss like not change forms, but just make it change its attack pattern with each phase. So that way we still have a sense of progression, kind of like with the end boss of World of Space. Okay. Okay, that's a nice rotation. So that's one way we could do it. Another way we could do it, like in terms of simplifying the boss fight, is instead of having phase changes, we could make each of the forms like a different attack, like a single attack, where it kind of morphs into the form, performs the attack, and then morphs back into its base form. So the challenge with that one is that we lose a sense of progression with like phase changes, but it would be simpler to pull off. So I guess it depends on what our like overall goal is with the fight, whether we want to have the sense of progression or to have like the graphical like wow factor of the multiple forms. Oh, thank you, Nano Moon, for head pats. Well, okay, let's see. Is this boss art asset animation heavy? In different ways, I suppose. In terms of like, how do I explain it? Like in terms of like coding, like coding the animations, because it's like most of the boss fights in the game, barring the rival fights against NPC characters, it is composed of like lots of tiny little parts. Da, da, da. Yeah, it's the World of Nature fight. Yeah, exactly, Chapman. I'm coming to the realization that maybe we have bit off more than we can chew in terms of having like a boss fight with like 3 distinct forms. And like, in case you hadn't tuned in while I was talking about it, like I think the idea I'm leaning towards the most in terms of simplifying the fight is to just have each phase share the same appearance, like the same general appearance of the boss. I've also thought about maybe like having like the appearance that it has based on the sea serpent form, but then giving it like 3 heads to kind of make it like a hydra. But I don't know if that screams nature to me, like the wrath of nature. That's more of like an ocean boss rather than a forest boss. Okay, that feels pretty nice, I think. It should serve its purpose. But yeah, it's good to know that you agree. Sync on it later tonight if there's time. Yeah, no problem. And in addition to that, I know that everybody wanted to have like a voice call on Saturday, like with the coders. Let's see. Okay, so now we're gonna move the head in the opposite direction to where we just kind of like move this over like this. Maybe bring the eyes over. Well, the back eye, I should say. Thank you for care combo. Alright, I'll take Sippy and Stretchy and Breathy in a bit. But I'm sure that even if we simplify the boss from our original, like, goal, if we play our cards right, if I make it, like, as dramatic as possible with the special effects and everything, it should still, like, convey the same point that we were trying to get. That's the story of this whole game, honestly, in terms of how quickly it's been moving along. It's just been like a whole like journey with me, like realizing different like techniques and shortcuts I can take to basically convey the same feeling that I want for various moments in the game, without investing like nearly as much time like with polish and refinement. Because not everything needs to be polished to like a shine. It is appreciated, but that does like rack up the development time, especially in the graphical part. That's Drive, hi! Hope you're doing well. Well. Okay, so let me take Sippy and Stretchy and Breathy. Chapman says you're also more confident in how to work on the boss now too, having done what you did for the current prototype. Yeah, I kind of want to see what kind of spin I can take on it myself on this during the stream. We'll see. Cause like, I did want to like touch up on the subject of like, of how it's usually not a good idea for a boss, for like a boss enemy to spend most of its time off screen, even if there are visual indicators of where it is. So I have a few ideas. Oh my goodness. Okay, sippy taken, now stretchy. Oh, you're doing much better today, Edge. I'm so happy to hear that. So I heard that it was not COVID after all. So I'm glad that it's not COVID. So doctor gave you medicine for your symptoms. You're still very sick, but you can do things. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. So, okay, we got the head tilt. See how much that does for the motion? It's almost at the point where I don't really need to move the body that much, almost. Because, I mean, it's an NPC. It's not like we're going to see her run that often. Well, I'll do, like, a bit of, like, rotation in the body. I'm just going to hide the arm so I can see myself work. Okay. Da-da. Okay, I'm getting a message. Okay, it's fine. Oh my goodness, I did not sleep well last night, but it's okay. Okay. No, I'll put that on the head layer, the neck. And I'll move this part over here to better give the 3D depth. Okay. Okay, cool. So let me grab the reference I have of her sleeve arms. I really like her sleeves. Which might lend itself better if we rework the boss into a single one, yeah. Something else that we could do is, like, whatever form it takes, we could kind of, like, you can kind of, like, make it so that it kind of, like, sheds body mass in order to, like, attack the player with, like, smaller, like versions of itself. And then eventually it gets to the point where, like, the core of it has shrunken to the point where that becomes, like, the final, like, phase that you have to attack. So let's see. I think for now, I will draw her arms as white sleeves. Something like that, I don't know. She's got these, like the detached sleeves, like, have, like a dark blue top, kind of. Okay. That could work because that solves the off-screen issue. Since the character was shaping up to be more evasive and thereby squishy, might be a good way to do it without having to code the main fight as a keep away engagement. Oh yeah. Just have to think of a way that we could do it in a way to where the player still needs to take advantage of the other characters' like powers in order to reach the weak points. But I do know what each assist character is going to do. Like, they're all characters that you have encountered in previous nature levels. But Flare will summon like the columns of wind from skytops, so that way you can use Chronicopter to reach a high place. Gura will summon like a whirlpool in the center of the screen. That's kind of like a water bubble that will allow you to swim freely, and that will be specifically to like avoid like a spike pit at the bottom of the arena. And then Fauna will have like a healing barrier that cures you of poison. I have covered the poison effect in the game now, and I wanted to do something a little bit different than how games usually handle poison, where instead of you taking constant health damage, it will just like dramatically slow you down for a while. And in order to like break away from the poison, you have to either go into Fauna's barrier, or you have to like wait 5 seconds. CC! Hi! Hope you're doing well. Does haste make you move normally? Kind of. Haste makes you... Because the speed reduction is 60%. It also reduces your jump power by 60%. So under haste, you can get back to like normal walking speed, but you still won't be able to jump very high. Which, if this were a normal level, it could lead to interesting situations where you would encounter poison fields that would make it so you couldn't jump to a ledge that you need to jump to until you find Fauna so she can help you. But the only bit of level that is going to be in this boss mission is like just like a straightforward path to kind of like teach you what each of the assist characters do in their effects. That way you are accustomed to it before the fight actually begins. But yeah, hope you're doing well, CC. Okay. Okay. So now we do the detached sleeves again. Looking forward to talking about tonight, yeah. See you later. No problem, Chapman. Do this. And we want like a border here. Oh, wait. Actually, no, that's fine, because she has gloves. Like that? No. Whoops. Something like that. I still have to think about what weapon she could use to summon the wind. Because different fan games have given Flare different weapons. Specifically because she has said before, I think, that she wants to avoid the stereotype of elves with bows. So, one of my friends in the fan game community made like a Mega Man-like fan game that's starring her, called Flare Nui Nui Quest, and in that game she has dual pistols. There is also like an official Hollow Indie fan game called Hollow Parade, where she has a sword that can summon lightning. So I'm not sure what direction I should go in. Maybe like a sword. Maybe the sword would be fine. You played that game? Nice. Yeah, Flare Nui Nui is quite good. As far as I can tell, the latest version is exclusive to, like, browser. But hopefully they have, like, a PC version of it at some point. I like this approach to animating pixel art. The majority of the animations you do are HD, so you don't get to use the techniques, see the techniques often. Nice. A staff would be interesting. Could kind of explain why she can summon wind. Unless maybe it's an innate property of whatever weapon she's holding. How is the shading on that? Okay, yeah, I should darken this arm. You'll want to use darker colors for arms, for like the parts of the body that are further in the back. You love this song? Me too. Okay. This should be good. Okay. Mama. Yeah, this this whole boss thing's quite the challenge. But like all the pieces are in place, I just need to figure out how to put it together. Because it's really shaping up to be a nice like final exam of everything you went through in like World of Nature. Like the three like central gimmicks of it. Okay, so now I can kind of do like these sleeves. Why are her hands so big here? Nature was really the friends we made along the way, yeah. That is kind of the central theme, isn't it? Where, like, all the characters that eventually help each other in the boss fight are just kind of like, at first they kind of insist to do things on their own. But eventually they decide that they should team up. Something like that. Let's make that a little bit bigger. Okay, we need bigger sleeve here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I love Undertale's soundtrack. Oh, you had a hot dog for dinner? Nice. Yeah, Mama Spacey likes to fry her hot dog buns in butter. Personally, I think that's one of the rare circumstances in, where it's too much butter for me. So when she does that, I just recommend I request that my bun not have like butter in it. Oh, you meant lunch? It's okay. Let's see how that motion feels. I think it'll serve its purpose. Bats. Thank you for the lurk. We are bat appreciators here. Na 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 na. Ba 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 ba. Na 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 na. Yeah, a lot of people of the three like main themes in 06, the Dreams of an Apple Solution seems to be the fan favorite. Mine used to be All Hell Shadow, but that's because I hadn't heard Dreams of an Absolution before. But All Hell Shadow is still a banger. But it's hard to forget Dreams of an Absolution. Has a very early 2000s sound vibe to it. Yeah, I think maybe it's just because it reminds people of the era. Maybe that's why it's so fondly remembered. Hot dogs with guacamole on top. Ooh, it's been a while since I had one like that. I think the last time I did was when I went to that hot dog place with Alex in California. I miss her. I hope she's doing well. I know she had to take a bit of a medical leave because she's finally getting like that surgery that'll hopefully permanently fix the pain in her teeth. Okay. Now we kind of do this. When we see Alex again, she'll be able to smile more. Yeah. The important thing is that she'll be pain-free. Because she's been dealing with like constant pain for like almost a year. Hope it's a speedy recovery. Me too. Yeah. Okay. So now we do like the darker colors on our cuffs, which I think is just like in the borders, like this. In your experience, it takes a while for post-surgery pain to subside. Yeah. Sadly, that is the thing. Oh, thank you, Penguin, for the lurk. Took you 2 weeks after wisdom teeth surgery? Oh, yeah. Oops. Oh, that's the wrong layer. Okay. Okay. I'm hoping at some point that I can bring in some more pixel artists that I know to help with character animations. Because I like drawing, but there's like... I need to be careful about how much I draw, because it does hurt my hands after a while. Plus, I just like supporting artists. But we'll see where we are at in like a month or two. Okay. Do I use different mice as I work? Like switching between vertical, regular, and trackball? That's what your physical therapist recommended. Oh, yeah, I have a variety of different mice. I do most of my drawing on my vertical mouse. But I also have like a rolling pin mouse in the center of my desk, and then I have a trackball mouse for my left hand. So I've got like 3 mice plugged in my computer. Okay. Yeah, they do make trackball mice. They're not like the old ones, which are just kind of like rubber and like purely mechanical. They've got like a laser sensor on the bottom. So they're definitely like a lot like more like accurate, I suppose. At least in the terms of like there's less resistance. Because if you use like an old 90s style trackball mouse, like the rubber can like make the mouse like a bit like, well, not a bit, like quite a bit heavier. Also, the trackball mouse that I use, most trackball mice these days, instead of having like a mouse shape and the trackball is on the other side, the trackball is actually on top of the mouse in a modern trackball mouse. So like you use the mouse by rolling the ball. Like in like a stationary like cup, I suppose. If you didn't know any better, you'd say I had a mouse infestation. Okay. Now let's bring some shading into the shoulder ribbons. Let's see. I don't know, well, I know why I'm so tired, but I don't know why, like, I'm tired to this extent. I think it's probably just because, like, I woke up at, like, 6 in the morning, and then I just felt like checking my phone, and then after that I couldn't really fall back asleep. So I had, like, I don't know, 6 hours of sleep. Too much stress? I guess so. Oh.
That's. Hi, everybody.
Hi. Hello, Rob. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so there's that motion. Oh, right, I know what's missing, her ponytail. So let's do some ponytail physics. So she's got like a big ponytail in the back there. I'm gonna pull up a reference of the shape. Oh my goodness. Let's see, I'm gonna put this on my secondary monitor. Okay, I see. I'm gonna name this ponytail. Thank you for care combo, Penguin. Alright, I'll take Sippy and Stretchy. Mama Space is gonna bring pizza home when she gets home from work, so it's gonna be cool. Yes, this is the theme song of a bat character. Alright, Stretchy, Sippy, and deep breath. Okay, you got this, Spacey. Okay, so I guess, like, we could start with kind of this. No, let's move it over a little bit. I need tea or coffee. I don't drink coffee. No caffeine. It kind of like upsets my tummy. I'm surprised I've made it this far in life without really relying on caffeine to stay awake. I just feel like I'm also kind of like, in addition to like my tummy acting up when I take caffeine, I guess I'm just afraid that I'll develop a dependency where I absolutely need it in order to function. So I much prefer just getting like extra sleep over like chugging coffee. It's Mother's Day where you are? Let's go! That's awesome. Happy Mother's Day, Health Sword.
Where I am is Mother's Day. So happy Mother's Day. Hope your mother and you enjoy the pizza.
Also, Emberlore, thank you so much for the for subscribing. 6 months in advance? Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I really appreciate the support. It helps me to keep doing what I'm doing. And thank you for 16 months, Health Sword. Hope your mother and you enjoy the pizza. Thank you. Let Go Dead Call 72. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me move this down again. Mother's Day is on Sunday for you? Nice. Yeah, Mother's Day isn't too far off here either. Let me go up like this, actually. I'm just trying to get like the general motion of the ponytail down. I think it only really needs to be 5 frames. But I try to do it in like a sine wave pattern almost. Actually, let me do this. Yeah, that was Mega Man X5 music. Move this up here. And how does it look over here? So if I push this like back a little bit. Okay, let's see how that looks when I flesh it out. So So I'll make it like bigger at the base, just to make it look more like voluminous. You're gonna take your mom for breakfast, Edge? Did reservation and everything, but then you got sick? Well, she was super sweet about it? Oh, that's good. Yeah, I think for like Christmas, I had given, oh wait, no, it was a birthday present for her. For a birthday present for her, I said anytime that she wants to go furniture shopping during the summer when the weather's nice, I will pitch in to buy us some like log cabin furniture. Because she likes that aesthetic. Looks weird. I wonder why. Maybe if I move it over here like that, and then kind of do this. Yeah, cottagecore. I suppose she is a fan of cottagecore without even like knowing. Like, she's not very internet savvy, so she wouldn't know what that term means. Okay, let's move this like this. And I'll go like this, maybe. Don't always agree, but you do love her and she loves me. Yeah. How do I do sprite art so good? Many, 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 many years of practice. Learning various like tricks and shortcuts. I'm sure there are ways to kind of like get good at a much faster pace, but a lot of what I know is just from years of figuring out like what works and what doesn't. I'm basically self-taught in that regard, both with pixel art and with music. Yeah, I make music too. I made my intro BGM to my stream, and I also made my old chatting music and my outro music. Yeah, I have a new starting soon screen that's gonna be here in the future, and when it comes, I want to compose a new track for it to kind of like fit the new vibes. Has there been a music stream yet? I'm shy about showing works in progress in terms of music, but maybe I could show like some finished songs off. I could even do that after I finish drawing Flare. Kind of show the software, like the DAW I use, and how I pick my instruments and stuff. You and the bats are spacey. Yeah. Resting today? Rest is good. Don't be ashamed to rest. Hello. Okay, I think this needs to be lowered a bit. Okay, so let's see how that feels when it's duplicated. I think it's good for its purpose. So I just need to add more color to it because it's no longer like way in the back. Nice job, thank you. You just don't finish your art because you can't make yourself do it. Yeah, like a lot of that in terms of when I feel that is just because of perfectionism. I don't know how to make it like exactly right the way it is in my head, but don't let perfect be the enemy of good. So eventually I just like go for it, and then it requires like a good grasp of knowing when what you've done is enough to get the feeling that you want to portray. And that's been my experience with this whole project. Is like, that's been like my goal, to be able to make games in a shorter amount of time than the 7 years that it took for Freedom Planet 2. And I've learned many like valuable tricks and techniques to really help with that. So close to getting the proof of concept done. Let's go. Awesome. Are you gonna add a bounce to her chest? I usually shy away from that because that's not my style. That being said, it does help enhance like the feeling, like the both that and like with like skirts like flopping up and down a little bit. Or if your character has like a big nose like Mario, that could be another place to add jiggle physics. It does add a nice sense of weight when it's done creatively. Yeah, Mario Odyssey. Mario has the nose jiggle physics. And Ridge Racer Type 4 has the jiggle physics on the RPM gauge too. Okay. How does this feel? I almost feel like maybe it's
Ridge
a bit...
Racer! Ridge Racer!
Ridge Racer! Maybe it's angled too high up. Or maybe it's just because it's not moving enough. I'm gonna try pushing it down a little bit. You think the hair flow is the main focus? Yeah, I agree. It's all about what you want players to focus on. Okay, let's see how that feels with a little bit more vertical motion. That's more like it. I think maybe what else I could do is like actually rotate the pieces a little bit to be at more of an angle. Let's go like 15 degrees. I'll just change it up here. There we go. $15. Oh yeah, tails. If your character has a tail. That's another good place to add motion. Big fluffy swooshy tail. I remember playing this this Pico 8 game where you played as like a little like a little critter, and the length of your tail was your health indicator. So, and it was kind of like Mario in that regard, where there was like two like phases of tail. There was like, you had a tiny tail to indicate when you had only one hit left, and then like a bigger tail when you had more health. And if as your tail grows, you can like use a swipe attack. I forget what the name of it is, but it was a short game, but it was like so adorable. Was it a fox? I think it was a fox. Oh, thank you, Archangel. What platform was it on? Pico 8. So it was like the main website where you could play Pico 8 games on your browser. Homeworld 3 finally released? I'm not familiar with that, but if you're happy, then I'm happy. Carol and Mila have insanely smooth tail animations. Oh my gosh, yes. I had fun drawing those. Or at least drafting them. I also like in like kart racing games, like playing as a character that has like a ponytail. Big old ponytail. And then it kind of like blows in the wind as you accelerate. So like Peach from Mario Kart or like Coco from Crash Team Racing. Da, 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 da. Did I do all the characters? Oh, no, 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 no. No, that's way too much. I just drafted, like the early sprites for the main characters that you play as. But at some point, I just like handed it off to other artists because like I had other stuff that I needed to focus on for the project. Pre-animated or physics-based? I guess it depends on the game. I prefer physics for 3D just because it feels nicer to have it like flow like in a logical way, regardless of the animation that you pick. For 2D games, I do prefer that it be like pre-animated. So that way it always looks like the way that you want it to. Okay, so I angled it down a little bit and then touched it up. Yeah, okay. That works. Yeah, it's a good thing that this level in Freedom Planet 2 has the best music. Given how long it is. It's looking sick so far. Oh, Engineer Kappa! Hi! Hope you're doing well. If I'm not mistaken, you are a fellow game designer, correct? Ba, 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 ba. Okay, there was like this. Really fun watching how other people animate. Oh yeah, I agree. I like watching other people animate too. Yeah, that's the other thing that I think that's one of the other reasons why I think a lot of people like as Ancestral Forge is because there are massive skips that you can exploit. So like your first trek through the stage is likely to take like 20 minutes, but once you get really good at it, you can shave that down to like, I've seen runs of it that take like 5 minutes, and it's nuts in the best way. This looks great, Spacey. Thank you. Oh, also, we finished Depths of Atlantis. It feels so good. I think the only question mark at this point is, like, the music still needs some finishing touches, but it already adds so much to the level. I just have to check with the team first to see if they're comfortable with me showing it. I did show it last stream, but it was when it was still a work in progress. I could show off the beach level again, though. Because, yeah, like I said at the start of the stream, we're reaching a point where, like, we have to be a bit more selective about what we share. Just because we want it to be, like, we want some things in the game to be, like, something that people experience fresh, even if they've seen my dev streams. Okay, so I think that's enough. Nice. Really gives a feel for the process, the animation making. Oh, yeah, thank you. I think that works for our purposes. I'm just gonna add a little bit of a highlight to this hair strand. Okay. Copy paste that there. Oh, thank you for care combo. Alright, I'll take Sippy and Stretchy after I... There we go. Nice. Good stuff. Oh. It was really cool seeing the team's reaction to Depths of Atlantis in its finished state, even with the music being in a somewhat rough state. But like I showed them in like a voice call, like the writers too, and just like the feeling it conveys is just so beautiful. I think it's definitely going to be the highlight of the World of Nature. Much like the highlight of World of Space was like Galaxy Gourmet. And I guess another big highlight of that, of World of Space, is Battleship Aquamarine for me. Just because it's just like a perfect like culmination of things that I like as a game developer. Okay. So that's looking pretty nice. I think it will serve its purpose well. It doesn't need to be, again, it doesn't need to be perfect because she's an NPC character. And we'll only see this animation like a few times. So I'm gonna go ahead and export that as a sprite sheet now. Missing neck? Oh, shoot. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. What color is her neck? There we go. Oh, okay, so for the body, actually, I should move her neck piece forward, like that. Superboy Bray, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hi. Hope you're doing well. Can we get Spacey in the next Mega Man X game? In terms of me helping with developing one? That'd be pretty cool. Spacey could be a good Maverick name. Oh, it's in game development? No, I get ya. I'm just being cheeky. Okay. What would be one franchise you'd love to work on if the offer arose? Well, Mega Man's one. I feel like that would be a strong suit. I'm not 100% sure how good I would be with a Sonic game, like an official Sonic game. but it'd be hard to resist the temptation if the offer came up. I'd love to help out with a new Klonoa game if that opportunity came up. Like, I think I'd be very good at capturing that dreamlike vibe. What else? Let's see. Mario, of course, would be an obvious one, but I don't know. I'm not as attached to Mario as other franchises. It's actually kind of tough. Oh, yeah, I'd love to be a part of a new Rise Star game if they decide to revive the franchise. I'm not good with Metroidvanias. Ratchet & Clank would be kind of based. I wouldn't mind working on a game like that. I just don't have a lot of experience with 3D, so I don't really know if it would work with my skill set. I like this. Okay. Okay, so let's now export to a sprite sheet. There we go. She run. 2D Ratchet & Clank spinoff. There was actually a single 2D Ratchet & Clank game. It was for mobile phones. I can't remember. Oh yeah, anything that Treasure works on. I'd love to work on a Treasure game. Even if it's not Gunstar Heroes or cut from that cloth. Shadow, heroes rise again. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to Godot. Okay, where is Flare as an NPC? I think she's exclusive to cutscenes right now. So let me go to Skytops. Oh yeah, I did make some changes to Skytops that I could show off. I'm not even sure if... Did we have the finished air attack animations for Crony last time I streamed this? I don't think so. So that's another thing. Alright. So here's Flare. Why is she using a generic sprite frame thing? Let's load. Jump, idle, pose, laugh. There we go. Thought she was missing something. Okay, there we go. Now it's in game. I think 20 frames per second is the standard here. Cool. I think maybe the back arm needs to be like out like a pixel more, but like whatever. Okay, so that's how that is. Oh right, I forgot like the darker color. I'll take care of that. You need Dark Spacey? Yeah, I still haven't ported Dark Spacey over to version 1.5 of my model. Someday. Someday I will have the motivation to do so. I just don't play like enough games where Dark Spacey would come in handy. Oh, hail shadow, heroes rise again. Is Treasure still around? I'm actually not sure. I mean, I'm sure they're still a company. I just don't know if they're actively making games anymore. I mean, like, if we had the opportunity to, like, I'd love to make a new, like, a new Mischief Makers game, even if it's just, like a port of the original. If I ever had the opportunity, I'm 100%, like, pulling Ashley into that project. Oh, that's true. That's true, Alfie. Like, I can't really use Dark Spacey for Doom streams because you only see my head throughout the whole thing. Have I considered making a game pitch? That might be fun. Yeah, I'll have to think about how to approach that sort of thing. Just like pitching a game idea for like a franchise revival to an existing company, and then just like touting my like achievements over the years. Kind of exciting to think about. But of course, my focus right now is just on Chrono Gear. Oh, the Wendigo sprite. That is the boss that I'm like trying to finish up at the end of World of Nature. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to do... Actually, that's probably fine. Okay. I'm not gonna be too nitpicky about this. You would revive Dark Cloud? Nice. Okay, yeah, like the Wendigo so far, I did finally finish like a flying animation for the sky form. It's still in a rough state, but I got like the basic like flapping motion down. But I kind of stopped after having that kind of like personal dilemma that I was talking about early in the stream, where I just don't know if it's a good idea to invest extra time and resources into 3 distinct forms for this boss. So it might be better to just like pick one and then kind of like have it use the different attacks of the other 2 forms. But then there's also like a sea serpent form, which if this is the only form, then it might be fun to have give it multiple heads, kind of like a Hydra. But that doesn't really fit a forest to me, personally. Like when I think like Wrath of Nature, I think of like something plant-based. Which of course, I think maybe the 3rd form fits the plant theme the most, which is kind of like this form, where it's got the deer skull for a head and it's kind of like rooted into the ground. So if I had to pick only one, maybe something based on this one, but something that can fly, like levitate. So that way it can stay out of reach of the player initially, and then that kind of necessitates like getting help from the assist characters to kind of like reach the hit point initially. But then maybe eventually it can come crashing into the ground and kind of like root itself into the ground. You call that rough? That looks really good. Oh, thank you. Your dream project, Elfie, is a spiritual successor to Threads of Fate. Oh my gosh, yeah, I played a little bit of that game back in the day, and I played as Mint. I played like the first hour, and I was like in love with it. But I just like had to focus on other things, so I couldn't like give the rest of it the time of day. It'd be cool to stream it, but like I feel like those longer like story-based games aren't like the best like streaming material, because I'd have to like plan like a few weeks ahead in order to finish it. I don't know, what does that one website, How Long to Beat, say about how long it takes to beat? Let's see. Threads of Fate. Okay, yeah, the main story takes 13.5 hours. And my streams tend to last like 4 hours apiece. So, I would need like to set aside like 4 streams for a game like that. But yeah, I'd love to just play it in my spare time, especially if it gets. It's too bad it's not like on the Switch, so I can play it on the go. Well, maybe I can get a Steam Deck someday and play it there. It's so aesthetic and the characterization is fantastic. How everyone has something to say, often many things. Yeah. Look, I loved what I played of it. I honestly would not mind like picking it up again in my spare time. Just because I liked like kind of like, I really like RPG style games like that kind of just like focus on the player character. So it really feels like you're absorbed into the role of the protagonist. So I think that's what I like about games like Threads of Fate. where you can just pick one of the two characters and you just like get like engrossed in their story. And you get to like play as them and see the world through their perspective. I get such a kick out of that. I think my fascination with that sort of storytelling in games comes from my childhood experience playing Sonic Adventure. Like, Sonic Adventure was one of like the first like games I played that felt almost like a role-playing experience, where you just like, you pick the character that you want to experience the levels as. And like you see like through each of the 6 campaigns what their perspectives are. Granted, it's very rudimentary compared to other examples, and like the game may not have aged as well as Super Mario 64, but that's why it has a soft spot in my heart. Even though I know that Sonic Adventure 2 is objectively, like mechanically, like the superior game. You kind of want to do your own thing at Strive, but you would love the keys for the Mario and Luigi series. Ooh! That'd be awesome. Yeah, I like how in the Mario Luigi series, they were not shy about like switching up the usual like art style of the characters. I like it when they go with different art styles for Mario. I think that's what I liked about Super Mario Bros. Wonder, is that they kind of like went in a different direction artistically. I hope they become a little bit more lenient with that in the future. Yeah, like I can see that. Like 64, I think, has not like aged as gracefully as like other Mario titles. Mainly in terms of the level design, I think. Like, I think the movement's still very solid, but like the level design is like just very like open and confusing compared to modern Mario games. And the fact that like in any given level, like you're expected to just kind of hunt out all the stars at the same time, as opposed to later Mario games where you collect stars, where they kind of like have you pick one and then that's the one that you're going for. At least Adventure 1 doesn't have wonky analog controls. That's true. The main thing with Adventure is just like the camera controls can be wonky. But it is commendable that like even that early on in the era of 3D games, Sonic Team kind of like went for like the philosophy where like they designed the levels around the expectation that you wouldn't need to move the camera in order to see where you're supposed to go next. But yeah, these are the 3 forms that I kind of came up with. Okay, so what were we doing before? Okay. So the animation is in now. Ta-da! So let me play through Skytops again, just for those who haven't seen yet. Ba-ba-ba. You've been writing a Knights game, Rob. Oh, that sounds awesome. Also, Kramitsu, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Okay, so the easiest way I could test this out is just by playing the scene and then skipping the cutscene, and then it'll take us to Skytops. But I want to go through the world map. Yeah, I can see that, Nakagami. But like, I do feel like the original Dreamcast models of the characters still have a certain like old school charm to them, and you can kind of tell that the animations were made specifically with those models in mind, because the animations in the DX versions can look a bit weird in some spots. But honestly, like since you can mod like the PC version of Sonic Adventure, I do prefer playing with the DX models. Because I feel like they're closer to like the actual like concept art that they showed off for the game. They're a bit closer to like the style of like the promo art and everything. Okay. I'll go to a save file that has all the stages unlocked. Okay. Ignoring this. Alright, World of Nature. Let's play through Skytops again. I still love the music. Bob really cooked for this. He told me that he's gonna the spring semester is gonna be over soon, so I can't wait to cook some more with him. But yeah, like there's brand new like air attack animations now. I can't remember if that was in the last stream. Ah, thank you for the lurks, Superboy. Alright. It's still really satisfying to hit those gongs, and I like how they act as a screen nuke, in addition to lighting up these platforms. Ah! No! Oopsie. I still love that there's a falling state. A screen nuke like that feels like it could be a fun thing for a boss fight gimmick. Ooh! Now that you mention that, what if that was incorporated into Flare as an assist character during the World of Nature boss? Makes me wonder. I guess it depends on what we need. Ba-ba-ba. Here we go. Yeah, I wanna splat emote too someday. Also, I increased the width of the leaf platforms, and I also made them fly in a consistent pattern rather than having like a random trajectory. So hopefully that makes it a little bit easier to speedrun this stage. Ow. I'll use stasis instead, since that acts as a shield. It's like a shield that also slows down entities around you. Okay, let's hit this. Okay, so now that both of those are activated. What's that thing that was moving inside the HP bar? Oh, that is an overfill mechanic. So if you get healed, and you can go up to 2 times beyond your maximum HP, and that's indicated by the green arrow, but it kind of like drains over time. So it kind of incentivizes like moving through the levels as fast as possible in order to take advantage of that extra health. Okay, cool. Sweet. Nice. Like in the Modern Wolfenstein games? Yeah, it's actually kind of based on like a mod for Mega Man 7. that I remember playing called Rockman 7 EP, and they kind of have that mechanic in there too. I don't know if they drew that from something else. They probably did, but it's a cool mechanic, and it kind of makes it so that it's still worth it to pick up healing items. So that way you get a little bit of like extra health temporarily. Oh, thank you for kick combo. All right, I'll take Sippy and Stretchy. Well, let's see. Good stuff. Now we stretch. And then after that, I think we're gonna go over to the test level. So that way I can like start sharing some of the stuff that I have been working on for the boss fight. You remember using lots of health packs before the final boss? Oh, okay. Alright, where's my test map? Well, we can close this. I made this eel enemy for Depths of Atlantis, where it kind of like pops out of the ground, like breeze lava, and then goes back down. And the cool thing is that when you kill it, it doesn't actually die, but it kind of, its outer shell kind of breaks, and then it kind of panics and retreats into the floor. I quite like how it feels. So I'll show that off real quick. It gave you almost 400 HP. Oh my goodness. Womp, womp, womp. Yeah, this is just my test environment when I'm like trying out like new like assets. Da, da, da. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that. Alright, so we're gonna, we don't need him anymore. So one thing that I did add, is poison gas. There's now a poison status effect, but, like I said earlier in the stream, I wanted to try something different than what video games usually do. So usually it's like a health drain, and it has no like other effect on the character. But since platforming is more of a focus in this game rather than combat, I was thinking that instead of reducing your health, it would reduce your movement. Both your move speed and your jump speed. May you ask for a metallic version of the eel that plays the metal pipe S effects when you beat it? You may ask that. As to whether it will become a thing, that remains to be seen. It took me a while to come up with an effect for this that makes the hitbox very obvious. But I think it works. But yeah, this reduces your speed and jump height. Haste kind of makes up for it. But only in the sense that it brings you back up to normal. You can teleport though, and it'll help. But yeah, it kind of wears off after 5 seconds, but you'll also be like accompanied by fauna in the sections that have the poison, so you're kind of encouraged to like stick by her. Also, I noticed that the particle effects blink out of existence after a certain distance, and I keep forgetting that particle effects have their own like visibility range. After which, like, the effect gets disabled, which is quite handy. So for all of these, what we want to do is increase the visibility rectangle. So negative 200. Yeah, a range of like 400 is probably fine. Yeah, like that. Maybe bring it up a little bit higher, because that's kind of like offset like that. Jabats, bats, thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate it. Will there be... Oh, yeah, Rob, I think the color change of the player sprite should be enough, combined with like the bubbles that appear over their head. Okay. There we go. Your use of /J's rubbing off on other people. It is a good shorthand for letting people know when you're kidding, because that can be a bit difficult to like convey in text otherwise. So it is appreciated. Okay, the other thing that we have that goes alongside of it. Okay, we have the gas cloud. We also have Fauna as an assist character. So we can put her here. And then what'll happen is I've programmed her to just follow the player. Jumping when they do, dashing when they do. And she kind of like tries to stay like just in front. So that way she will come into contact with the poison gas before the player does. But just being inside the barrier will get rid of it. So yeah, when you change direction, she kind of goes in front of you to shield you. And she dispels the poison effect. I put the dark cloud there still so you can tell where it's going to spawn when you leave. And she jumps with you, she dashes with you. Nice. Now, I don't want her to persist through the whole level, only in the sections with the poison gas. So I am thinking that there will be like specific like assist zones where when you enter the zone, she'll spawn in, and then when you leave it, she'll spawn out. Kind of like Iris does when you pass a checkpoint. Like she'll pop in, heal you, and then pop back out. Okay, I'm getting some messages. Hold on. Okay, it's fine. Oh, well. Okay, let's see. So I'll call this an assist zone. And then I have made a basic script for it, but I haven't put in a lot of work into it. Okay, where is it? There we go. Effect ring, I think, is the one that I use. Or is it... Wait. Okay, let me double check. Because there's one that plays a sound effect when it pops up. Let me see. Oh, where is it? I think this has rewind in the name. Okay, there we go. So this kind of like is the effect that I kind of use when assist characters come in. Ah, okay. Where is my script for this? There we go. So, I'm gonna take a quick break for a few minutes. I'm gonna refill my water and do like stretchies and stuff, make sure that the doggies don't have to use the bathroom. And then when I get back, we will code this assist zone. And that should give us what we need for the level. At least a little bit of level leading up to the boss. Like I said before, I just want a small section of level just to get the player used to how the assist characters function. So that way they're not completely caught off guard at what they're supposed to do when they encounter the actual boss fight. But yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you all so much for hanging with me so far. And yeah, take this opportunity as well if you need to get a drink and get up and stretch. Alright, I'll be back in a little bit. Spacey Bottotelli will return after the break. I'm back. And I'm back. Hello, Polly. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Oh, okay. So, this should be pretty simple to pull off. Yeah. So, the assist zone. I will go ahead and bring that down to where we can see it. So, since it's an area 2D, it needs a collision shape. So we'll do this as the area that we need to be in. And all it'll take is 2 signals. So basically signals are things that a script can send out whenever specific like events happen. And they're a good way to save on resources because they're not running constant checks every frame. So for the area 2D, what we are looking for is just for players, which is on layer 9. So I'm setting this so that it doesn't exist on any layers and it only checks for layer 9 player. So, I have no idea what causes these errors, but they're harmless. So there's 2 signals I want to send out. Body entered and body exit. So I will do that. I want to make sure that I do it in the assist zone. Body entered. Body exited. Ah! Just an editor bug. Yeah, and it actually happens, I think, because I leave Godot running when I put my computer in standby for the night. And I guess after a certain number of standbys, it starts to get, like, weird. Alright, so these are the only 2 signals that we need to make this work. We don't need anything else. Except for another export var, which is our assist character. Assist character, this can be a node TD. So, when the player enters, what we'll do... okay, yeah, what we'll do when we enter is the assist character is going to become visible. And then assist character, we're gonna set the process mode. To enabled, which is, in this case, would be inherit. And then we'll also spawn the appear effect. Well, first we'll reposition him exactly where the player is. So assist character dot global position equals body dot global position. Maybe a little bit offset, just so you can see them. Vector to 320. And now I'm gonna copy over some code to spawn objects. Let's see. I'm just gonna copy over this code. Okay, so variable E. Okay.
E.
Okay, let's see. I think that's all it needs to work,
What the
actually.
dog doing?
So now... Oh! Thank you for the care combo! Oh, that reminds me, I actually forgot my water in the other room. Ah! Okay. I'll be back in a minute. Right, I got my water. Bye. Oh, but...
I'm interested in this.
Paige, no barky. That's your answer to what the dog doing. Ah, good stuff. Nice. Okay. Ba, ba, ba. Imagine forgetting water. Let's see. Where's my window? Paige. It's okay, honey. Oh. Some of the team members are having really cool ideas of what we could do for the boss fight. Maybe instead of some like generic like creature, it could be based on one of the plant-based mascots within Hololive, and it could be that mascot, but maybe it just like grew like wildly out of control due to Laplus's magic. So it could be like a sapling that just like grew into like an enormous like monstrous like tree beast. I kind of like that. Also, there's a mascot that's kind of like a carrot mixed with a jack-o'-lantern that one of the Hololive talents has. I think it was Nene. Like, sure, her like fan mascots are like these like jack-o'-lantern carrots. That could be a cool one too. Yeah, okay. That would fit with the theme of overgrowth as well, for the specific level. Okay. Loving how the game's looking. Oh, thank you, Awakened Redstone. Yeah, what happens when you don't eat your veggies? The veggies eat you back. Okay, so now basically I'm gonna take this code and put it into that body exited, but do the opposite. So visible false, process mode is disabled. And then we don't have to change the position, I don't think. We'll just put the effect in. Okay. So I think this is all we need. We just need to make sure that Fauna is hidden and disabled at the beginning. So I'll put her as a child of the assist zone. Then I'll put her right here, and then would it need a disappeared effect? I'm just gonna use the same effect for appearing and disappearing. But I could separate it at some point if we want to have different effects. So I'm gonna disable, I'm gonna hide here. So now when we enter this area, Fauna should just pop in and at our position. And that way, we don't have to worry about her like existing past the point where like her powers are useful. And it's also a nice bit of consistency with the way that Iris pops in and out for the checkpoints. Huh? Oh, I see. We did not specify what the assist character was. There we go. Okay. Nene's mascots are indeed carrots. I know, that's so, like... I wouldn't expect that just from looking at her design. But I'm sure there's, like, a reason for that. Okay. Nice. Yeah, she just pops in to help you where you need it, and then pops out. Okay, so the exit effect is not there. Let me try doing this before we disable. Also, I need to see if, there's a way I can apply the same kind of floor snapping that the player has down on downward slopes. Because I noticed that fauna like kind of like repeatedly like goes into the air and then drops when we're going like down on a downward slope. Now, why is that not a thing that happens? Oh no, it's spawning it at the position of the assist zone, not of the character. So what I will do is I will make it spawn at the assist character. Okay, now for fauna, I'm sure there's a setting in here, I just can't need to remember what it was. Okay, floor. So let's raise the snap length. Is what I think of what we need. Is it, okay, what is it for the player? Okay, snap length for the player is 4, so we'll do 4. And I also think the player has, okay, max angle of 46. So raising it from 45 to 46 makes it so that we can walk up like completely diagonal 45-degree slopes. Okay. Oh my gosh, the team is coming up with a cool, like, lore concept that I kind of want to draw after I'm done with this assist zone. Okay, let's see. Bats! Hi, Joker. Where's my test area? Where is it? Okay. It's because I have too many tabs open. You didn't find out why Nene's mascot is a carrot, but you found out she's ambidextrous. That's so cool. You got a new gaming chair? Oh yeah, I think I saw the photo in the Discord server. Nice. A little weird that she just kind of like poofs out of existence, but it serves its purpose. Because we don't want her to... Because the NPCs are not coded to swim, except for Gura, eventually. So we don't want the other characters to follow Crony into the water, and then they just sink because they don't have swimming behavior. So next, now that this is taken care of, we don't need fauna for this part anymore. What I will want to do is to work on the assist for Gura. So I'm just gonna put like a color rectangle here to indicate that there's like water. Let's do that. Just so we get like a visual context for her swimming. So with her assist, she will of course, and like she'll follow the player horizontally, but she'll swim a horizontal line. And I think when the player reaches a certain location, she will summon a water bubble for them. And I have created the water bubble as well. And I think I can just place it in the level where it's going to spawn. And then in her script, I'll add a reference to it and just like shrink it down and hide it when it's like before she summons it. You use a regular living room chair? Huh, nice. Some people do that. It all depends on what is most comfortable, especially if you're spending long hours at the computer. Okay. So the assist character is now Gura. So what we want to do for her... does she have a script? No, she does not. So, new script. Ah! Why is this window busted? I know why. It's because Godot needs to be restarted. But I could probably get away with this for now. No, it's not there. I think NPCs? Okay, yeah. NPC assist Gura. I did have a different idea initially where Gura would summon these geysers. It would be animated better in game. But she'd some of these geysers that you could stand on as just like regular platforms. But on consideration, I feel like that doesn't call back to anything that the player did in Depths of Atlantis. There's no gimmick like it in Depths of Atlantis. Plus, there's already a similar function in Flare's Assist, which is to summon the wind columns. So I felt it was too similar, even though it looks nice. So instead, that's how I got the idea for her summoning water bubbles that we can swim in. So for character body 2D, maybe for this I could copy a little bit of the script for Fauna's assist. Okay. Oh, I just got a neat idea for, like, the design of the nature boss. Like, it could kind of be resembled on one of the existing forms, but it would start off as, like, a sapling or whatever, but then the sapling would just kind of, like, start growing and growing and growing, and then eventually it takes a form, like one of the forms. So that way you get the context of what it is transformed into. So yeah, even though I did spend quite a bit of time working on the designs that I have now, sometimes you need to recognize when it's not working out. So I do not mind starting over with this boss. Especially since we have not really like done any programming for it, aside from what Chapman has been experimenting with, which is still code that could be used and learned from, even if it's not in its current form. Okay, so what do I want to copy? I'll just copy over everything for now and then like trim the fat. Fauna does have behavior for actually getting hit by attacks too. Just in case. Okay, Gura does not have the healing sphere, so we don't need to worry about that. Okay, physics process, that's fine. Gura probably won't dash or jump, because she's just gonna spend her time in the water. So we can get rid of those states. Like, okay. Don't need jump or fall, because she's gonna stay in the swim state. And gravity does not apply in the water either. And I think we can just get rid of all of this. Okay, where's the logic for changing directions? Okay. Okay, let's see. If animated sprite, if direction is lower than 0, flip, else false. How's race theme for art gifts on? Oh, that sounds good. I appreciate it, assuming that it's something that you're drawing like for me. But if it's for a friend, you can't go wrong with racing. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to check how does fauna determine what the player is. Okay, yeah, right here. So that should be in the ready script. Okay. So if target player. Okay. Yeah, it's weird. I set my playlist to shuffle, but it's acting like it's playing everything in order. But it's not actually. Because I know it didn't play all of the Undertale songs before it moved on to other things. Okay. Are you gonna take art commissions from your friend? Okay. Okay, so, okay, let's see. How am I gonna tackle this? If the player exists, then we'll do a position check. If global position, because she's swimming in the water, I don't think we have to worry about terrain collision. She'll just like, because like the water is layered over everything, so she'll be layered over everything too. In that case, we don't need to make her exist on layer 1. Just on layer 2. Possibly layer 8. Okay, if global position is lower than target player, like global position dot x. So here, what's the code I have for like gradual acceleration of movement for fauna? Here we go. So physics body velocity. This is for when position's greater. Hey, Barky. Oh, thank you for head pats. Thank you, Joker. Okay. I kind of want to have her have the same behavior as Fauna, where she kind of swims a little bit ahead of Crony. So in that case, okay, we've got player X offset. So I could probably like, let's see. Paige, it's okay. Player X offset. What are we doing here? There we go. Okay. Maybe this?
What the dog doing?
Okay. So there's that. Oh. Let's see. Okay, else direction equals 0. Like that? Is that how I did it? I think so. And I'll just do this. Hopefully it works out.
E.
E. Okay. Now this should be enough to get her moving left and right. I just turn her off and disable so that she'll spawn in. Oh right, I need to add a reference to the water bubble so we can hide that at first. Start direction, move speed, acceleration. Assist settings. Export var. Water bubble. And make it a Node 2D reference. If water bubble. Then what we're gonna do is water bubble dot scale vector 20, and then water bubble dot visible equals false. Water bubble dot process mode disabled. Okay, so check the area 2D right here. Close this. Close this. And we'll attach it to this setting here. So it should disappear on start. She won't do anything except follow the player, but hopefully I've got that logic down. Okay. Okay, she does follow us, just like I wanted. Okay. Well, I need to make her go into her standing animation. You ever make something awesome and go, wow, I did that? Oh, plenty of times. Happens all the time, oh my goodness. It's a very exciting thing when it happens. So, if physics body dot velocity dot x equals 0, and I think this is the name of the animation. And we also want to make her swim faster than the player can run. That way speedrunners won't be left like waiting for her to catch up. Which I don't think that'll be a problem, too much of a problem, because like again, she's only going to spawn like right at the part where she summons the bubble. So I'll just buffer speed a little bit. And then from here, let us add a new state for summoning the water bubble. Function state water bubble. And in this, I want to gradually move her velocity to 0. Equals move toward zero. And move Excel like that. And I think in order to enter this state, what we're going to do is we're going to add a boolean so that we can tell when the bubble has been spawned. Var bubble spawned. Bool. So Heck, if I wanted to, I can handle it like Iris, where like she literally doesn't move, but she'll just pop in where she needs to be as soon as the bubble is ready to be spawned. And in that case, she could be a part of just like a part of the bubble object itself. So I'm gonna try that. And in that case, we can actually reuse the same code that we used for the growing trees and skytops. So I'm gonna do this. Okay, where's the bubble? Right here. Okay. So I'll put everything in a child. In like a root area. Like this. So that way all we need to do is grow and shrink this bubble. And then Gura, of course, will be a child object of the bubble. And then I think it would be cool, because she'll use this. She'll point her staff right where the bubble is forming. And what's gonna be cool about that is that during the animation where it appears, I'll make her appear at the center, but then she gets like pushed to the left as it grows. The original assist character will still be useful for kind of like having a sort of build up to the bubble area. So like the player could be walking like along like a shoreline of some kind, and then they'll see Gura like following them for a little bit, and then they enter the area, and then that's where like the main assist thing goes. So this will still be handy for like a nice bit of visual flair. Yeah, I haven't heard from Alex in a while, but I think she's doing good. Okay, so now... This is the whirlpool animation. I want to move this in here. Okay, how did I handle this with the trees and skytops? Where's the crystal trees? Ah, whatever. I'll just go here. All right. So we have here, like the trees and skytops are using a script that very much has come in handy in lots of different situations, a script for touch buttons. Basically, all it does is when the player enters a certain zone, it will play an animation. And because of how flexible Godot is with what an animation can include, it's come in handy for like a wide variety of situations. Anything from like growing trees to opening doors to like summoning bridges. Anything you can think of. Almost. So what we want to do here is, okay, we want to inherit the touch button script. Okay, so the root has to be in Area 2D. So we'll go ahead and right click. That's the cool thing too, is that if you have already created a scene or something, you can just right click the root and then select change type in the menu that pops up, which it's not popping up on the screen right now, but trust me on it. And I'm gonna change it to an Area 2D, and see, Area 2D now. And what this will do is allow us to create a zone where Gura will actually come in and summon the water bubble, which I think we can just use the same, like a circle of the same size. Okay, wait, I'll just copy this here. Okay. Oh yeah, I gotta import your new level assets, Edge Drive. Maybe we could cap off the stream with that, and then I could focus on like retooling like the nature boss off stream after I get some pizza in my tummy. Okay, so that's all set. Now we are going to add the touch button script. I think this is everything we need. Well, I will add this special effect to Gura. And that way, unless, wait, how does Fauna handle it? I think, okay, Fauna's got a separate ring. I see. So I'll copy these two over. Okay, so that should work. Oops. Da 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 da. I'll put this right here. Compliment jump scare. Ah. Yeah, sorry this stream has been so, like, haphazard. But sometimes you just need to, like, do random stuff until you get your bearings. Okay, so... Okay, so it's supposed to be on... That's the name of the animation. And we'll make it take, like, I don't know, 3 seconds. We don't want to leave players waiting too long. So for the root, we will be setting the scale as the main thing. And maybe something cool that we could do is we could add, like, a whirlpool effect on top of what's already there that, like, spins faster. I'll try that. I could do that, or I could also do, like, let's see. I think it's called Portal Swirl. Yeah. Something like that. So we scale this up. 3.4. And normally you won't see this. So I will set the self-modulate. Okay, we already have an additive effect to it. And then I'll also, like, change the rotation of it. So now we'll do this. Change the self-modulate here to pure white. Da, 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 da. Okay. Then change rotation. Let's do, like, negative, like, 1800. Pew, 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 pew. And I want it to spin faster at the beginning. Yeah, so it'll spin like that when it's growing, but then, like, it'll, like, quickly vanish. And then the same thing's gonna be for the scale. Actually, for the scale, I'll make it steady. Steady growth. Ah, I see. Me gusta. Okay, Gura's position is another thing that I want to change for this. Yeah, doing this way also gives me more freedom in how the character will move when they're performing their assist power. Whereas if I had gone the physics route, where Gura could move physically to the location, it may not always line up with the position that I want. But here, like, we have precise control. Let's go! That looks very cool. Let me animate the whirlpool at the same time so we can see what that is like. It's just a very subtle, like, water effect. So, no. Actually, now I want to put this here, because I want to have the same ring effect when she blips out of existence. So I think what I need to do is give her like a root node and then change that. So I'll change the type of this to a simple node TD. Mesmerizing? Oh, thank you. Okay, so that is fine. Yeah, and it fits Gura to like have an ability that makes her like summon like a comically oversized object. Big! Oh, I can't stop staring at it. It looks so cool. I think people are gonna be like very surprised at her power. Oh my goodness. So, what did I want to do? Oh, right, the ring effect, and also the sound of her popping in. Okay, so we play this sound at the beginning. And then for the ring effect, we are going to emit when she appears, and then we are going to emit again when she disappears. And also, I could do like the sound of rushing waves. So, okay, so waves. Oh, okay, I just realized that this is on the master bus. We don't want the master bus, we want the SFX bus. That is what will allow us to change the volume in the menu. Crystal tree. I'm gonna do that here too, just because I know that I forgot. That's gonna be annoying to test for, like any instances of audio players that are on the master bus. We'd have to comb the entire game, so maybe someday we'll figure out like a workaround where the game will check if something's playing on the master bus, and if it is, then move it over to the SFX bus. Yeah, buses are like an audio bus. It's basically a layer. Think of Photoshop layers, but for sounds. That's what an audio bus is. And it's something you can even check in Godot itself with the audio tab down here. Our game has 3 buses. The master bus is actually what goes to the speakers. But we have a music bus and an SFX bus. By separating sound effects and music into different buses, that allows us to like individually change the volume of them in the options menu. And if we wanted to, we could add an effect to the SFX bus, like a reverb effect for when we're inside like caves or or other like echoey locations. I bet that'd be really fun. Or even have like a muffled effect for when we're swimming underwater. But yeah, there's a panel at the bottom, like a drop-down menu of each bus that will indicate what bus that it feeds into. So both these feed into the master bus. We could have additional buses on top of this. Like we could have like a third audio bus specifically for voices. We could feed that into the sound effects bus, and then through the sound effects bus, it would feed into the master bus. Something like that. Yeah, low pass filter for when you're underwater. That could be something fun to experiment with it at some point. Okay. So now that is fixed up, Okay, now the sound of rushing waves. I think we just use the ocean ambience, but like make it really loud. Ambience waves. And I'll actually scale the volume up during the animation. So during the animation, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start playing it. And then we'll scale the volume up. It'll reach like max volume like right around here, I think. And then we'll buff it by like 12 decibels. And then we'll go here. And then we'll really like move it down at this point. And then here it plays. Okay, let's see how that feels. Yeah, maybe I could add some bubbles, like a gloopy bubble sound effect too. I think I'll just do that by making a bespoke piece of audio for this effect. Yeah! Poseidon quivers before her. Anyone remember that vine? I am the Sand Guardian, Guardian of the Sand. Nice. Gosh, that's such a good effect. Okay, now I'm gonna duplicate the reset channel to be off. I think that's everything we need to make this work. Return to off position, no. Fixed rotation, no. Okay, actually, I want to fix the rotation, just in case. Alright, so... Actually, in the off position, what we want is for it to be like at the very beginning of... Okay, off. Remove. Okay, I'm just gonna duplicate this. But I'm gonna get rid of all the nodes over here. So that's just this. And then I'll make it so that Gura does not appear just yet. And then Gura will pop into existence right here. Awesome. Me gusta. Have you watched Guardian of the Sand Origins? No! That sounds awesome. It'd be a little child in the sand. Oh, okay. Okay, so we don't need the assist zone right now anymore. So I'll move that down here. The benefit of doing it this way too is that we can put the water bubbles like well outside of the water. Like we don't necessarily need to have it next to water in order for her to like pop in and help the player. It just feels more like an extension of Chrono this way, I think. I just need to remember what layers everything's supposed to be on. I think, okay, yeah, we just need to check for player. I want to play this game again sometime. It's so much fun. No? Where are you at? Did I not set the script up correctly? Okay, let me compare it. What's this? Oh. Oopsie! It's not this one it's supposed to be, it's the other one. So this is layer 9. Lockdown, hello! How you doing? I'm doing pretty good now that I'm in the groove. I was struggling a little bit at the start of the stream, because I was kind of tired, but now that I'm in a rhythm, I'm doing better. Thank you. I could probably go, if I want to, I could probably go a little bit longer than my usual time today. Just because I know that it's going to take a little bit more for Mama Spacey to get home because she has to pick up the pizza first. Why is this still not... What's the dealio? Oh, wait. Is it because of the Gura assist having the water bubble? Node not found error? Oh, okay, let me check. It doesn't show up here. Rats. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I want to handle Flare's assist the same way, where you just run into the area that you need to be in. And then she'll summon the wind column. You like the water effect? Thank you. It's actually pretty simple. I just drew like a whirlpool effect, and I have 2 transparent whirlpool sprites that are rotating in opposite directions. I don't know why this is still acting up, but let me show you how I did that. So, if I turn off the second whirlpool, you can see it's just a circular sprite that I am rotating clockwise. And then I have another one that I'm rotating counterclockwise, slightly faster. And that gives like a nice a nice look of like reflective water, like a circular. And then I just had some bubbles come in from the center, and it looks like water. But why doesn't it work? Why isn't it possible? Why isn't it possible? Do I need to do this? Oh, okay, I'm missing the body entered signal. That should do it. Like a Stargate? Oh yeah, kinda. I have the vaguest, faintest memories of Stargate. I'm receiving a message. Ta-da. Oh! Spark the Electric Jester 3 is coming to Switch. Let's go! I still need to play those games. It's been suggested to me that I just start with Spark 3, because it's the best, and the story doesn't really matter, because it's, like, kind of, like, surreal. But I haven't played any of them, but I have the Spark plush, because I felt like supporting a fellow indie game dev with similar roots. The Spark 3 is great, you never finished it? Yeah, it kind of... It feels like it's like, just judging from the little bit I've seen of it, it seems like it's like an open world, like, collectathon almost. What? Well, it kinda works. But it exists before it's supposed to. I think it's because I need to put it in the off position as a default. Okay, yeah. This animation needs to autoplay. So now, Gura needs to be hidden past a certain point. So ring... Also, yes, we need to set the ring effect to be emitting again. Looks pretty? Oh, thank you. Okay. cool. I like how you can use it right away as it's growing. You don't have to wait for the animation to finish. That's gonna be very good for like speedrunning this level. Let's go! I like this. Worth, yeah, for... I want to put a few of them in, actually. I mean, it'll look weird to have multiple Guras, like, bringing in, like, stuff. But, you know, maybe what I could do to kind of circumvent that is to, make it so that she'll disappear from, like, the previous whirlpool and just go to the next one. You just got word Kemi is playing Freedom Planet 2 again? Let's go! Hope she has fun with it. I wanna see it again. I wanna see it again. And in that case, we could even... Actually, I think I want to keep the activation range as big as it is, just so that the player isn't left guessing where they're supposed to stand in order for Gura to appear. Yeah! So cool! Ah! I just love the swimming physics too, the fact that we got like 360-degree swim physics. Swimming in this game is very satisfying, and I've heard from multiple testers that Depths of Atlantis in particular is like the most fun they've had in a water level in any video game. Like, we heard that from like 2 separate testers. And I'm like, oh, let's go! So it's gonna be very cool. I think it's gonna be worth a surprise. Witnessing your happiness when doing game development encourages you to keep working at your game too. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, Crit Corsac. Yeah, it's not just 8 directional. I mean, technically it is. Technically it is, but it's just that the shift in momentum to the direction that you're going in is so gradual that you can fine-tune how you dash. So it's not technically 360 degrees, but it's close. It's close. It's very close. Gosh, I feel like playing the beach level again. Where is it? Beach. Also, the boss fight for this level is done. Basically, the way it goes is that you play the beach level, then you go into Atlantis, and then you pop out, and then you fight the boss on the beach. It's another Hollow X member, Chloe. But for now, I'm just going to play the first mission. Hydro City is one of your favorite water levels? Yeah, that one's a good one too. But I think maybe that arguably doesn't quite count because Sonic's underwater movement is still slow. It's just that it's negligible with the way the gimmicks work and the way they propel you at high enough speed that you kind of, like, ignore the water physics in that regard. I think for the water physics in this game, I took more after Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Hi, Nat. Hope you're having a good Friday, too. Also, Fudge Pop, one of our programmers, fixed the problem I was having with the crabs where you'd hit them, but they would still be solid. And it had to do with like the order of scripts firing off. Basically, it's complicated, but that's basically like the gist of it. It took quite a while to figure out what was going on, so I'm grateful for the assistance. But yeah, the crabs are basically spikes, but you can swat them away. Their pincers will hurt you, so there are some situations where you kind of have to swat them away. Yeah, it's okay. They're not like hurt or anything.
Router gifted a tier 1 sub to Nat Starlight. They have given 158 gifted subs in the channel. Thank you, Rob, for gifting a subby.
You think it's cool, Cap, when water levels either give you a new ability or make you think more creatively about your movement? Yeah, I agree. Like, I really, really wanted to try hard to avoid, like, the common beef that people have with water levels in video games, where instead of restricting your movement, it actually makes you move a little faster and, like, more fluidly. So if it ends up to where, like, people actually, like the water levels in this game as some of their favorite in the entire game, then that is gonna be amazing. Like, imagine a situation where people actually wish there were more water levels. But, like, I want to put water in the first level in World of Civilization. I also want to find, like, a chaos level to put water into. Maybe in, like, the last one? We'll see. Ow. Too much water? A 7.8 out of 10? No, too little water. Yeah, I know. And the boss fight's very fun with the way it kind of like, like pressures you to swim fast. Mike, thank you for care combo. Ow. I need to figure out the problem with the camera instantly snapping, because I have code in there to smooth out the movement, but it's not firing off for some reason. Alright, I'll do this. I'll do the care combo after I clear this level. I'm, like, right here. I think this will be a fun level to show off on Twitter, once, like, we've passed the official first day of summer. Huzzah! Nice. Ba-ba-ba. Okay. I will take sippy and stretching. Oh, let's talk water. You thought I should have a sip. Oh, I appreciate it. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay. So I think Flair's assist is going to work much the same way as Gura's. Where you'll enter like an area, and then she'll like pop in. She'll cast magic from whatever weapon she's wielding, and that will create like an updraft, like the kind that was in Skytops that I showed off early in the stream. She'll just like activate like a wind column for the player to be able to go upwards, and maybe she could actually use it herself to like go to ascend upwards with the player before like popping out of existence, as a kind of way to like visually demonstrate that that's what's going on, because the wind columns, the hitbox on them is a little more vague. So that could be a nice form of visualization. So I'm gonna put the basic pieces of it together. I don't know if I'll be able to like polish it all in this stream. Actually no, I want this to be Area 2D. So, okay, what we want is... what was it called? Okay, it's just called a water sphere. A flare wind column. Actually, a better word for it would be updraft, I guess. So... I'm gonna start by bringing in... the actual wind column from Skytops. She'll like stand like right here. So I think in this case, I might want to have just like the same hitbox. So we'll do that. We'll hide it at first. Now we'll show it. Just for the sake of demonstration. And then... where did I put Flare? Cutscene. Skytop's intro. I think I'm going to need to draw a new sprite for her, where she does like the animation. Okay. Then she's got like the jump wings. So she'll stand right here, and then she'll like point her weapon like skyward, and then there'll be like a fancy like rune effect maybe. Unless there's something like, maybe she could just like take like a giant fan or something. It depends on what's fitting for like the talent. But I'll see if I can like think of some ideas in that regard. But in the meantime, I will just give it like a basic like activation script. So basically, when it's in the off position. Alright, I want to do the same thing as Gura, where since she's going to be moving, we'll put her in a parent object. So we're together to build a better life. Make it what we feel. We have to make it real. We all need to remember that nothing in this world comes for free. We have to make it what we want. You and me and everybody. Work it out, think about it. Work it out, talk about it. Work it out, make it happen. Let's work it out. Got to make it real. Yeah, you gotta make it real. That applies to, definitely applies in my situation. Because there's certain things that a bat's just gotta do herself. And one of those, of course, is getting started on something. Okay, visibility. And wind column is also set to be invisible. Process mode is also disabled. Okay, I think that's all we need for this one. But the default would be where it shows visually. Okay. I'm gonna duplicate this, set it to on. We'll just have her pop in. Summon the wind column immediately. I honestly don't think she needs like a full animation, just the single sprite, and then have the rune appear. Actually, we could have a little bit of delay. Not much, though. Okay, disable, enable. And then she'll be right here. Ring emitting. Yeah, I think I'll make this like 3 seconds too, just because I want to give her enough time to actually jump up there. Think about it. Work it out, talk about it. Okay. So, process mode. Yeah, that's fine. I want to play the sound effect now. Oh, elusive to rain! Thank you so much! Happy Friday to you too! As we play this. And I guess I could have like a sound effect for the wind. Let's see what we got here. Wind, gust. I know there's an enemy that does this. Fan. Yes, big fan. Okay, so it's ambience, big fan. So for this, I'll do the same thing as with Gura, where I'll just like fade it in and out. That'll be good. So set it to playing, and then do... like this. And then what I want to do is add another keyframe where it's not playing. And it'll start at this volume, but then we're gonna just like fade all the way down. That's fine. It does what it needs to. So then she pops in, and then I'll have her I'll kind of like imitate like a jump, like jump physics. Hopefully it looks okay enough, because there is implied low gravity here, so she will naturally like jump up a bit more slowly. So I'll do a position offset. Move her up here. That should be good. Whoops. Yeah, like that. And then move her all the way up. Where'd you go? Okay. I know where. She'll go up here. And also, I bet I could control the animation of her sprite through this animation player. That's how powerful it is. You could do so much in this, and I wish that I had an option like that in the older version of Unity that I'd used for Freedom Planet 2, just because that would have made cutscenes like way easier to implement. But it's all good. Oh yeah, I heard Waterblad. We actually did talk about that this week on one of my previous streams. But it just makes me sad that it just like that's definitely like a cautionary tale about like what kind of publishers you publish your games under. Like you really have to do your research and find like a publisher that you can trust. And even then, sometimes they answer to higher ups who make decisions that they can't really control. So in this case, I bet maybe I could do a function call, like a method call, like this. And she'll appear static here, but she'll be animated properly, like when the game's actually running. So let me insert a key here. Let's do play, the play function. Okay, I think it's jump. And that should be fine. Until she reaches the higher position. And then we'll do like this. 0.5. Same thing here, 0.5. And then here we'll do this. And then what we'll do is we'll activate this. This is like a little jump wing particle effect that I gave her. Oh, thank you for Kick Combo, Saturn. Alright, I'm just gonna... While I still have, like, the idea of what I want to do in here, I'm gonna focus on it, and then I'll take the sippy and stretchy and beefy. Okay, so we want to set the visibility as well. Okay. Almost there. Let's let's do this. And then I need to reset this stuff at the beginning. Piranha Studios, hi! Hope you're doing well. I'm doing like special effects for assist characters in our platform game, which is a hololive fan game. Okay, I think this is kind of approximate. Maybe she jumps up too fast. Let me see. Negative 160. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Negative 160. Let's make her jump up sooner. Like that and that, maybe. And if we stop, then it's right there. Okay. I think that should work for our purposes. So I'm gonna take Sippy and Stretchy, and then I'll add the touch button script. Oh my gosh, yeah, Rob, I was shocked by that message that Microsoft put out right after they closed Hi-Fi Rush's studio. They're like, we need more games like Hi-Fi Rush. You had the studio for that. Maybe they're just so big that they can't coordinate this stuff properly, so it comes across as incredibly tone deaf. Oh my gosh, good Stretchy. Remember to take deep breaths as well. And remember to hold the pose for at least a few seconds. Especially if you're doing like a morning stretch after you wake up in the morning. Like if I'm stretching in bed and I don't hold the pose for at least like 10 seconds, and if I just do it if I just stretch and then instantly snap back, it'll make my body sore for quite a while. Oh my gosh, Alfie, that sounds, what the heck? What the heck? I get why these sorts of decisions are made, but it just makes me sad. Okay, so now, let's do assist. Flare. Help draft. Cool. Alright. So now we should be able to just plop that down. And then she'll create an updraft, and then do a jumping animation. And then at that point, I'll sometime off stream, I will make an animation for her just summoning the wind column. She could maybe have a staff. Like a staff that kind of looks like her bird mascot. Elusive Terrain asks, is anyone else working on Chrono Gear aside from you? You didn't notice you had a demo up on itch? Oh no, we don't. It's just the page. We probably won't have a demo until release, just because I want it to be mostly done by the end of the year. Maybe if we need a bit more time to polish things up, then we would wait until March next year. But yeah, it's something I talked with the team about, and the general consensus is that they're not really comfortable with releasing a demo, because we wouldn't know how to handle it. That's the thing about story-intensive game demos, is that to what extent do you allow people to play that is good to entice them to finish the game, rather than just playing the demo and leaving it at that, because there's a lot of demos out there that are quite substantial, and many times I found myself just getting a satisfactory experience from the demo alone, and then I end up not buying the full version. We had that problem with the game we published called Grapple Force Arena, where the entire first world, like all 5 levels of it, they had their own like nice self-contained story arc that wrapped up pretty nicely. So we found that that translated to like not many people wanting to buy the full version because they felt like they got a satisfactory experience from what was in the demo, because it was like it comprised pretty much like 1/5 of the entire game. I guess in our case it'd be a bit different since this is going to be a free project, like a free download when it's done, since it's a fan game. But it's, yeah, we don't know how to handle it, so we're just gonna keep working on the game, and then the version that people will be able to play for the first time as a free download will be the full thing. I think that'll be really cool. For a game like this, you'd think maybe the first level and maybe the first phase of a boss fight. Yeah, maybe. I've thought that maybe like, I mean, like the very first level people play through in Chrono Gear is that kind of level. It's just a short level with a boss fight. But yeah, like I don't want to like create a situation where like I don't even know if anybody would stream it because it's too short. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so if this worked out correctly, I should be able to just... Wait, no, did I add the script? I did not. Good thing I caught that. Okay, so touch button. And then what do I want to do? Oh, Piranha Studios, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah. But yeah, like, it is quite torturous to have so much progress done in the game in such a short amount of time, and like to not be able to share stuff with people and like have them play all the awesome stuff that we've made for it. It is torturous. But that's kind of the thing with like game development, is that like games can take a while. Even for a smaller project like this, that will only take like 1.5 years total. Before release. I mean, we'll keep working on it after it's released. We just want to have like the full like story in there. But like, yeah, it's so hard to like stay our tongue on certain things, but we really want like certain moments of the game to be experienced like for the first time when you're actually playing it. So yeah, it's like a delicate balance between like sharing enough to entice people, but like to still keep some of the more awesome moments in like in both the gameplay and the story to be experienced when they get their hands on it for the first time. There's something magical about that, so it's definitely worth like staying your tongue if you can. Okay, so this is set up like this. Okay, I think that's everything for this. Reveal them right now and erase everyone's memory. I wish I could erase my memory of making this game. That's also a big downside of working on a game project, is that you can never experience it blind. Like, after a while, there is, you kind of lose the memory of working on certain sections of the game, but it's just like revisiting like a childhood classic in that regard, where... okay, it's not working. Where, like, you forget bits and pieces, but you still remember the overall experience. Why is this not... Oh, hi, Lance. Yeah, I'm Devin. Well, I'm not Devin, I'm Spacey. But I'm game deving. Wish you could experience it for the first time when it's complete. Yeah, I know. Let's see. What did I do wrong? Well, I've got the animation player here. And I've got this set up to check for players. Gonna head off now, Haz? Oh, no problem. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, let's do sphere. What did I change here? So this is set up to be active. Yeah, this, I got the layers correct. Okay, that's correct. And then I've got like this. That's on the, okay, that is on the right layer. I don't know what is going on. I set the animation name to be on. That's correct. So I should play this animation. Oh. There's gotta be something simple that I missed. Okay, let me just like save it and then double check right here. I'm also going to get rid of this water placeholder because we don't need it anymore. I'll just put this down here because I like looking at the effect. Sound good. Whoops. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I love Mario Galaxy's soundtrack. Especially the calmer ones that have like a more celestial vibe to them. Nice. So this is a part where it should appear when I'm overlapping this. I don't know why it's not. Let me check the remote in the background. You see, you can, there's like a remote tab that basically shows the objects as they exist in the game right now as it's playing. I'm looking at this. It is monitoring, it is checking for player objects. Oh, wait, I know. I forgot the signal again. We need a body entered signal. Let's go. So now it should work. Da 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 da. Oh, okay. Cool. Awesome. Okay, that's what I wanted. So the only question mark at this point is I probably don't want them to be a permanent effect. Like, it should only be like temporary. So that way they are like constantly like engaging with the player, like in the boss battles that they're helping out with. So I think what I could do in that case is just like modify the animation at some point so that like after it's activated, we wait a certain amount of time and then it will just like go into the off position. Which for the updraft, that's as simple as like disabling the wind column. And for the bubble, that's what would require like a shrinking animation. But I think that'll be good. Quite good. Either that, or maybe after they do their ability, they could stick around and just like assist with attacks in that way. I don't know, we'll see. But for now, I think I want to cap things off by importing Edge Drive's tile set for the next level. Which would be the first level of World of Chaos. Oh, let me close all these folders because it's getting kind of messy. Does Godot have a menu option for closing all the folders at once? Thank you so much for the stream. Yeah, no problem. This will take like a little bit. How's that time? Yeah. So let's see. Level highway. Da. I should close all of these first. This one. There we go, nice and clean. Okay. Now let me make sure that I've grabbed the tiles. I think I have. I just need to get the buildings from the Google Drive folder. Okay, drop off. Let's see. Oh gosh, there's so much. Okay, let's take it all. Okay, gonna download this. Gonna download this. Okay, I'm gonna move these into a different folder so I can tell that I've already downloaded them. Oh gosh, Google Drive's lagging. Okay. So now we'll grab both those folders. And okay, what? There we go. I'll extract here with a WinRAR. There we go. I've got all of the assets now. So I will start. Let's start with a basic sky. I'm gonna need a parallax background. And let's make it as big as the screen is. Just enough to fill out the viewport. Let's get like a kind of a blue, not that harsh though. There we go. And then we'll do a gradient effect using a very handy fog sprite that I like to use a lot. Don't center this. Okay, so transform, rotation, scale. Okay, texture, bilinear filtering. I could do this, and then make like an orangey sunset. Whoops! I want this color. Okay. Oopsie. Okay. That's what happened. So do something like this for now, maybe? Yeah. Oh, thank you for the care combo! I'll take Sippy and Stretchy. Nah. Oh my goodness. Good stuff. go. Okay. So now, let us make a tile map. I'll give me a new tile map. And I like to have 2 physics layers. One for like the solid terrain, and then another for spikes. So we'll import a tile atlas. Okay, where is it? Okay, we've got one for the roads, and then one for the walls. Nice. Okay. And in addition to that, I want to add some buildings. So I'll add another parallax layer. Okay, let's see where they are. Okay, we've got billboards, we got buildings. I'll just do building. Nice. There's one. Building 1. Building 2. Building 3. Building 4. Building 5. Let's stretch the sky out, just so we got more of an idea of what it's gonna look like. Looking good. Oh, Layla's not gonna help with the soundtrack for this game. But I'm really looking forward to her work on Starbuster. I think that's her current project that she's working on, alongside some of her usual music albums, which are like back-to-back bangers. Dun, dun, dun. I think these all need to have the same, like, position of the bottom part. So like this. So I'll extend, like, I'll add another color rectangle down here with the sky color. No! I want to stick. I'll just copy it from here. So that way we can see kind of what it looks like assembled. I think this needs to be more orangey. And then we'll take this like bluish and make it more like purplish. There we go. Yeah, Starbuster isn't out yet. It's like one of those long-term projects, but it's looking so good. And she's posted most of the soundtrack on her SoundCloud. Okay, so we got street signs, we got highway signs, which that's cool. They're modular. Okay, we got walls. Okay, let's work on the tile set now. Kind of get our bearings with it. So the way this tile set works is that, like, the top part of the road is not solid. So that way it looks like the player is walking, like, in the middle of the road. It's quite cool. Okay. So the top part does not have collision, so we'll set up collision on the bottom parts. Okay. Reset. I think these are supposed to be solid, yeah. Crony does jaywalking the level. Yeah. Okay. And of course we'll fix up the slopes as well. The train headed for the Mystic Ruins will be departing soon. The train headed for Station Square will be departing soon. Okay, I think that's all of the solids other than the spikes. I'll do some basic ones for the spikes too. I gotta do the ladders as well. Now for the ladders, I want to narrow them. There we go. Okay, these are platforms, jump through platforms if I'm not mistaken. Okay, one way, set the margin of error to 3. Same case with these. And it's just a matter of adjusting. Like so. Oh, okay, let's remove this. Hope Godot does not crash with this tile set like it did with Atlantis. Oh, it won't. This tile set is not nearly as complicated as the Atlantis tile set. Maybe we don't need physics for this little part here. Okay. So now let's work on selecting all of the slopes that have this angle. I think that's the only one, actually. Here we go. Oh, you're gonna get Aurora Borealis? Okay, Spacey, don't forget to make a backup onto a removable drive after stream in case the solar flare causes some electrical damage. Oh wow, we're getting a solar flare. I did not realize this. I hope it's enough to just have like a GitHub repository. Might be able to see it tonight if the weather's good. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I've heard scary things about what solar flares can do to electronics. Oh, I haven't heard of the Carrington event either. I think that lines up. Okay. You think Reddit might cause outages in Spain? Oh my goodness. If we know the exact time that it will reach New York, maybe I could have Mama Spacey like cut the power box for like an hour. Why is this? Okay. Massive solar flare will cause electrical storms, sparks, and fires throughout various conductive systems, including radio towers and railways and stuff. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I hope it doesn't affect hard drives and memory cards. They said plus or minus 10 hours. Yeah, this part's just like meticulously going through and making sure that the collision boxes are set up on all the slopes. Thankfully, in the case of Depths of Atlantis, despite how massive the tile set was, there weren't really a lot of slopes that need manual adjusting. So I just like highlighted all the solids and that was that. It shouldn't, just a power surge risk? Okay. Hopefully because my computer equipment is plugged into a surge protector, because that's like a secondary effect of the UPS power supply I have, is that it's also like offers surge protection. Hopefully that's enough to spare my equipment. It won't endanger small electronics, mostly a matter of really long conductors. Well, I hope the damage to everyone's equipment is like as minimal as possible. Yeah, it includes power lines. Oh, I think this is background decoration. Okay, so we do this. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I hope like it doesn't cause like vast swaths of the internet to just kind of like go completely dark. Okay. But yeah, thank you for letting me know. I had no idea. Let's see. Okay, I think all that's left is the spikes. So in this case, actually, I don't think this one needs the collision. I think it's the top one, because that's the one that's actually above ground. So we'll do this. Uh-oh, did I put everything on layer 1 by accident? No! Hold on, I can fix this. There we go. So in this case, I will make this the layer that is normal, and then this one is the spike layer. Okay, crisis averted. Yeah, I've heard rumblings about what solar flares can do, but I've never, thankfully, never been personally affected by it yet. Yeah, I should probably save. Okay, I've saved. Yeah. I know this wasn't the intent, but how chunky the spikes are kind of reminds me of the spikes in I Wanna Be the Guy. Da-da. So physics layer 0 here. Thankfully, you keep all Chrono Gear assets in an external drive. Nice. I should probably make an external hard drive backup tonight. I have the GitHub, but like, who knows? Maybe GitHub's gonna go kaput for a while. Okay. So that's good. I think that's everything on this one. So now we move on to the second one, which I think this is all background assets. Yeah. This is specifically for making like custom buildings in the back layer. So I think this could actually be like a separate like layer entirely. We'll see. Now I want to make a few different layers. So here's a default layer. Front. And then back. Which make this, okay, like this. Nice. Alright, now tile set's finished. I'll do another save. So I think, if I'm reading this correctly, we've got like these like columns that we can use for bridges. So we could do stuff like this. Okay, do we have one where it's like... I should have a visual reference somewhere. Let me check Google Drive again. Let's see. Drop off tile sets. There we go. I've got an example highway tile set. Oh, this is gonna look pretty nice. So we could do like something like this. And then like keep going here. Da 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 da. Your mind has associated with this music with as much with these streams as with Mario now. Oh, I appreciate that. Oh, have a good day, Abs. I'm gonna be wrapping up shortly too. I just want to play around some more. Get like a good set of basic formations going to start us off with building this level. So we've got this. We could set up platforms like this. Something else we could do is we could form street lamps. So of course we have like the usual right here. Okay, well, let's just do that. So then we can do this too, where we kind of like stretch it upwards like longer. And then on top of that, we could kind of like extend it outwards like this. And then what that will allow us to do is create basically street sign platforms. Let's see, how did we do this? So we got something like that, I guess. Here we go. Like this. And then... is there like an end cap, like right here? Yeah. Yeah. So we can attach like platforms to the street lanterns like that. I want to move this up more. I have to head out now. Thanks for streaming. Did some amazing stuff today. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I still have a bit of work to do. I'm hoping I can finally get this nature boss done over the weekend. And that'll give me the rest of a good rest of the month to make the next boss fight. And then to make more progress on this highway level. It's gonna be fun. I can love this song. Okay. I'm hearing the house phone. Hold on a second. Right, so that was Mama Spacey. She's on her way back with the pizza. Pizza. Excitement. Rev up those fryers, because I'm sure hungry. No mind to the bat behind the curtain. What a nice way to end the day, end the stream with pizza on the way. I wonder what it would be like for me to have a subathon sometime. It'd be cool to have one for like the tail end of Chrono Gear's development, when we're like pretty much almost done. But there'd have to be heavy spoiler warnings. So I don't know how the team feels about that. Probably won't happen. But like, if I find other things that I can do that are spoiler free, then it'd be cool to do like a marathon game dev stream at some point. I would just have to set things up to where, because at some point like people will be like in the house and stuff, and I don't want them to accidentally get picked up by the stream. Yeah, it all depends. It'd be cool if we did like a subathon thingy. I could bring in the team members like throughout the day as they become available for like call-ins. Oh, something else I wanted to experiment with here is with like special lighting for these. Kind of the same way that I light torches and stuff in other levels. Okay. So highway lamp light. Is it affect lantern light? Okay, yeah. That is two directions. I just want one direction. Actually, should it be spotlight? Let's try that. Okay, I think the large spotlight is more accurate? Question mark. No, let me try the lantern one first. Yeah, we are definitely like I've said before, we're approaching the point where like I really have to like start even more than ever checking with like team members to see what they feel comfortable with showcasing. And of course with what I feel comfortable showcasing. Because as the project lead, I have a pretty good grasp of what we should save for people's first time experiences. Okay, let's do this. Give it like not so intense of an orange, but kind of an orangish glow. I'll make this 2, -2. That works. Let's double it again. Oh yes. I think that looks nice. That's not too intrusive. Okay, so let me set up the parallax layers to like this. 0, 0. And let's do like 0.3? No, let's do 0.4. And then like 0.1 downwards. And now I want a player starting point. Okay, SVT, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hi. Oh my goodness, sorry. Welcome, welcome. I'm Spacey Bottotelli. I'm a Gadgeteer Bat and a game developer. And we're just winding down for the day. I'm about to wrap up in a few minutes, but I've been putting together a tile set for a highway level. I've also done a lot of work on like assist functions. But yeah, what'd y'all play in your stream? Okay, start location. Why is that? Okay. Here we go. Freedom Planet 2, yes! I am the producer of the Freedom Planet series, both games actually. Freedom Planet 2 actually just came out on consoles last month, April 4th. Perfect, you were live when we finished. Nice! Oh, yeah. Oh, you were playing Freedom Planet 2, let's go! Yeah, I have a friend that we're probably gonna raid into if she's still playing Freedom Planet 2 as well. Okay, I just realized I put the road tiles on the wrong layer. They need to be behind everything. Okay. This goes in back. Snake Battle was very wild. Oh yes, I love all of the fights with Serpentine. He's such a fun, like, villain to square off against. Okay, so I will want to move this right here. Oh wait, I keep forgetting. I want this back layer. You had it coming, Snake Man. First time play consensus among the streamers, perfect Sega CD era pixel art style game. Nostalgic but fresh. Yeah, that's exactly what we were going for, so I'm glad to hear that it met those expectations. Okay, let's see how this looks. Where's the music from? This is from Super Mario Galaxy. I have the current like information of the current song playing at the bottom of the screen. And like the little marquee. Oh, Anya, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alright, cool. Yeah, I like how the lamp glow looks. I definitely do want to add like a more complex sky and background layer. Like I want more of the city to be like, I really want like a city skyline in the back. But this is a good start. Edge Drive did a really good job on the tiles here. So that's cool. And like at certain sections of the level. Maybe it could even start that way, but in certain sections of the level, I'm thinking that Time Horse would come back in. Because so far we've only ridden Time Horse in the last boss fight of World of Time. It's different when it's in the game? Yeah. But for those who are not familiar with what this game is about, let me just like breeze through Belltown real quick. Just so you have a grasp of what we're working on. It's a hololive fan game called Chrono Gear Wonder of Time. So like if you've played Freedom Planet, so it's kind of if Freedom Planet did not have the slope physics, and if it focused more on the platforming and a little less on the combat. Kind of. Like it kind of feels more like Mega Man Zero, honestly. Like I don't get like a Sonic vibe from it. Oh, thank you for care combo. I'll take care of that after this playthrough. Yeah, you can just hit the bells. And you've got like time powers. You can use haste, which makes you move faster, and then you can use stasis, which slows stuff down. You agree? It feels more like Mega Man X or Zero to you? Yeah. With a little touch of Mario, too. In terms of how the missions are structured, where you have to collect, like, the golden gears at the end of each mission. Hit the bells and subscribe. Yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube later in the VOD, feel free to. But yeah, I like the update to the tile set in the underground area, especially. Crony's gonna be so hyped, it looks great. Yeah, like, I was not expecting any sort of reaction or response from any of the hololive talents when I first posted gameplay footage. That was in August last year when I first shared footage. Back then it was just me working on the game. I just wanted to make a proof of concept before I brought a team in. That post got almost an immediate reaction from Crony, and she even commented on it. She rarely comments on fan art. She usually just like likes it and retweets it sometimes. But we got a like and a comment, so that meant a lot to me like early on. Just knowing that she is like fully in support of the project from the beginning. Oh, Lance says, "Hi, Mom, I'm on YouTube." Yeah. And I remember sending her a super chat later in the year, last year, where like she recognized my name after a minute, and she said that the game looks so good and she can't wait to play it when there's a demo out. Little does she know, when the first time the game's gonna be playable is when it's done. Which hopefully will be like at the end of the year, maybe like March at the latest. I wonder if any of the hololive talents have watched my VODs on YouTube. It's an interesting thought, but like, it doesn't matter. I just love like sharing like my craft and my passion with other people, so I love how this project has kind of given me an outlet to do that. Wait, Battle follows me now? Does he? I'll have to check later. I know that Flayon does. I feel like this kind of game is like Flayon's dream game because he is a huge, huge fan of Mega Man Zero. What? Let's go. But yeah, like most missions in the game will end with you collecting a golden gear and then you'll go back to the hub area, and then you're scored based on your performance. Oh, you just realized Battle doesn't? Okay. That's no problem. Battle's still cool. Oh, you were just talking out loud like you like to think Battle watches the reveals? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that, Lancelot. But yeah, that's cool, so... Yeah, like the score's just for bragging rights. But I like how it's structured. And like each world of the 5 worlds has like a different like hub area that you can like navigate. Wish you could make art like that. It is possible. You just need practice. Sometimes it takes like a few years. Like it took me a really long time to get like this like comfortable with pixel art, I should say. But like I did get to that point definitely with practice. Don't be afraid to like imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. When you're starting out, don't be afraid to like imitate other art styles first, just until you get your bearings on how certain things are drawn. Also, I don't know if I showed this off in the streams before, but there's the bookcase can be interacted with now. And you get like a little bit of lore drop every time that you find like a bookshelf that you can read. There's also a bookcase now in Fauna's cottage in the world of nature. Oh, Joruban, hi! Yeah, I think I'm gonna start wrapping up now, because I gotta feed the puppos and myself once the pizza gets here. Shouldn't be too much longer before it does, I think like 15 minutes or so. But yeah! Okay. I am so excited for making more progress on this game. And like, I'm definitely looking forward to working more on the nature boss off stream. I definitely really like the idea that the team brought up earlier in the stream, where it could be kind of a mascot that is like plant-based, that would have like grown out of control. So I'll move away from like the generic like creature for now. You're suffering from the Clone Wars on Jedi Master difficulty? Oh my gosh! What's my favorite games? Well, I tend to, at least in terms of the games that I like streaming, I like to stream like speedy platform games such as Mega Man and Sonic, for example. I also like streaming racing games. Ridge Racer is my favorite racing series. And also I've been streaming Doom recently, classic Doom. I also have a spot for that as well, just because like it's got fast movement, and also it's literally the first game that I ever played. I played Doom as my first PC game, and then my first console game was the original Super Mario Brothers on the NES. Oh, I love F-Zero too. My favorite is F-Zero GX on the GameCube. I hope we get an F-Zero someday in the future that very much takes after GX. I think maybe it's just because like it's got that Sega energy to it, that Sega arcade racer energy, which makes sense because Sega did work on the game. Oh my gosh. So, this has been a good stream. Thank you all for hanging out with me and inspiring me to keep going, to keep flying higher than ever. So let me see if my friend Kemia is still playing Freedom Planet 2. If so, then we can raid her. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, no problem. Kemia is still streaming Freedom Planet 2. Okay. Raid. Alright, awesome! So without further ado, I shall bid you all adieu. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. I hope you have the best of weekends and a happy Friday. And if you're in one of the areas where that solar flare is gonna pop up, do be careful. But yeah, hope you have a good weekend. Please take care of yourselves, and I'll see you all again next week, hopefully. I don't know what my schedule's gonna be like. Depends on how much work I have left to do. But I'll keep you all posted. I should have a schedule up by Monday. But I usually stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays at 1 p.m. Eastern. Also, let me post my raid message for those who are subscribed to me. Oh, yes. Whenever we stream next week, probably on Tuesday, I'll finish the original Ratchet and Clank. If we finish it early, then I'll get started on the second one, too, which I'm really excited about. The second one's my favorite in the series. Maybe more Doom as well. We'll see. Maybe I might switch it up a little bit, depending on how well Ratchet and Clank goes. But yes, go say hi to Kemia for me, and I'll see you all next week. Bats are out. Bye.